Namaskar, good morning, good day. Suraj Singh, June 9, 2020, Tuesday, speaking from Bharat, India, addressing to my friends all over the world regarding current issues and professional issues. Professional issues related to management. I'm a civil engineer, so project management, quality management, safety management, concrete, and all related topics that we meet in project management and construction engineering. These topics are very general as well as very particular, keeping in the state of art, development and technology. Not so easy, but to have an update on everything, particularly to update those budding engineers, those who don't have enough experience in field, to work independently, and to work independently, one needs to be properly energized. So this is here your friend often talk I talk to you often every day as far as possible, and I understand that there's not much scope for people to understand all this, but professional people, those who have an interest, students, all those. It's not only for professional, my talk is very much inclined and targeted to students as well as common citizens of world. No particular connections, no personal connections to profession, connections to society. And for your information, my little introduction is, well, even then don't know that I am citizen of this country, Bharat, India, and now I'm 66 running, and I want to give back to all what I learned from field, particularly not from education. I'm inclined to disseminate my knowledge attained from professional engineering field and general field, because professional field doesn't move along in isolation. It moves with all of the imports, everyone, interconnected disciplines, and otherwise. I'm now trying to talk of little on COVID-19, because same news coming every day. World is in problem. So my partitioning of this video today is little about COVID or general, little about economics, and something about, you can say, concrete, something, and then FIDIC, which is Red Book, and also will take over FIDIC, that is EPC, etc. I'm trying to jump onto FIDIC, EPC, and then also white book, or you say yellow book, just to extract an idea in general from all those who have smartness in knowledge of contracts, and also jump onto technical world of specifications. And in particular, I am interested in specifications that work in state of Qatar, a part of GCC, because I have worked there in GCC Qatar, I have worked there in GCC UAE, I have worked there GCC in Saudi, and I have worked there in Middle East Iraq, I have worked there in Middle East Libya, and I have enough source to acquire as much as possible. So, strictly speaking, general specifications of Qatar and other specifications, for example UAE ad hoc, and these all are impressing specifications for concrete purpose. Particularly I am interested in concrete, because other specifications are dependent on concrete. If concrete product is not reliable, then on site there remains no meaning of other specifications, because those activities are dependent on concrete movement, If concrete is not good, it's not reliable, it's not per specifications, you can say other activities do not have any meaning. If concrete is not well done, it's not durable, it's not according to requirement, you are not done, means other activities are all supporting activities, nothing else. So my inclination goes to concrete, and I like to talk sometimes in concrete section 5 of the Paris specifications, section 5 that that pertains to concrete specification, and then many others like that. That is dominating one. Then general specifications, general part is section 1, then many other parts are there. I cannot download all because these are too many, but to have interaction with you guys, I will do that. And I have nearly gone enough into FEDEC red book, which is for construction projects where design is done by engineer or employer, and that design is implemented by contractors. So that is red book. And I'll jump onto EPC, and then to others, yellow book or white book. As much as information I can extract from various international websites, because I am, it's now 2017 FEDEC revision, and there's a lot of change if compared to 1999, that is red book. So these changes must be updated, and therefore an update is very essential in profession of engineering, not only in engineering, everywhere. If you don't have update, means you miss something. You're not going to miss a lot, but you miss something, because when you work in field, you must have updated knowledge, and update will not, you will not get update until you try to do that. Profession doesn't mean sitting, but to organize yourself, your controls on yourself from subjects. What you studied in educational time has got no meaning if it's not advanced. Not in degree line, but in your professional life. I consider every professional work as a part of education, not academic education, but academic plus theoretical, as a theoretical education, tutorial and experience based learning, which is very important. As I experience, people who have experience learning, they're very smart, and they can solve problems, and which is actually job of engineer, to solve problems. If there is no answer, to find answer, to analyze each and every problem, each and every issue, and find answer. So that's my general plan about this talk. Not only this talk, everyday talk. I want that people should come up to required level. They should take interest in engineering. That's my purpose is. Engineering is very important, and people are running away from engineering. Reason is that, first of all, they want higher salaries, and engineering is not giving higher salaries. That's one reason. But other reason is that attraction of facilities or attraction of value. It's understandable too that engineering does not get that value because society doesn't understand engineering. That's my point of view. If society respects engineering, I think engineers will be happy. But engineers have not got that respect which they deserve. So result is that they pass B.Tech or something, and they jump onto management or jump onto somewhere else like administrative courses, which is a loss to society and loss to nation and loss to world. So your education got no use there. If you are in management, you don't understand engineering, you forget engineering and do management. Either you do management or you do engineering, or have to both control, because management is not engineering. Management doesn't mean engineering. Management only organize something which is available, and engineering is something different. It's reverse to management. You have to do something which is not available. There's something. Engineering is something. Engineering is a subject that gives you something. Means you have to make it. You have to produce it. So there's a production, you can say, creation, you can say. But in management, you are not creating anything. You are just selling what you have created, or you are buying what you have created. So management is secondary, while engineering is first. Until this point doesn't come to your mind, you can't change. That's why I keep management something as is invisible. I don't like management word actually. It should be organization. Management gives a different sense. It gives a kind of, a ghost in your mind. I'm manager. But don't forget, if you compare manager versus engineer, maybe engineer down in your values, in your eyes, in your mind, but remember, there's a saying, a manager and engineer defined together. Engineer can be a manager, but manager cannot be an engineer. This is very true. If a person is engineer, he can learn management very well. He can do management very well. Maybe he makes one makes his mistake one time, two time, but later on, one accomplishes expertise on that. So my thought is different. My idea is that if you are an engineer, better preserve your engineering character. You do management, do whatever, but be engineer first. If you are not engineer first, you cannot be a good manager. Remember, management is not presentation. Management is not understanding of finances. Management is not how to sell yourself. Everybody sells itself, even a worker, lowest class worker, construction industries worker, that is also a seller. That also sells itself. So don't think if you sell yourself for a manager. Selling is very easy. Selling is not a problem. Problem is how to make something. Make is something, making is a problem. Making requires conception, making requires design, making requires estimation, and making requires implementation. So making is engineering, management or organization is not engineering. It's no criticism here. I'm just trying with facts. There's a ghost in the engineer's mind. Have been for decades that go to management, leave engineering because you got facilities there. If you have to consider facilities only, don't join engineering better. Don't waste national money, don't waste time of others, and don't waste your time. Your goal is making, or your goal is making money. You have to decide. Making world or making money, you have to decide. That's why I say economy has to be re-understood by whole world. Economy has to be re-understood by whole world because they have understood incorrectly. I'm not economist, but basics thought everybody got. Current situation is COVID-19. That has taught everybody something which people are not realizing that they are being taught all over world. All over world, there is a teacher. A teacher has come to all over world, very top class teacher, very top class, I should say, Professor Corona, Professor COVID-19. Professor I'm calling because it is clearly teaching everybody. Unfortunately, students are not that competent they should be. We, citizens of world, must be student of world and understand what this Professor COVID-19 dictates and teaches and advises and suggests. We are not even to understand this because we are not even eligible to be admitted to University of COVID-19. University of COVID-19 is very invisible. It's very silent, but it's very competent. It has been functioning very competently. But we are not able to understand what it declares, what it has declared. It has clearly declared, if I understand rightly, that we are nothing, students are not qualified to be talked of. COVID clearly says, you are nowhere, I am everywhere. COVID has consolidated its position all over the world, in every country almost. But we fail to understand this. I'm not supporting COVID, I'm just trying to explain what it means. It's first time in history of earth, history of world you can say, that someone has come with full-fledged power, with full-fledged scope. Its scope is unlimited. There is no scope of COVID-19. It has penetrated, it has encroached, it has reached, it has done what it wanted to do all over world. It's still unknown how long will it move further, what space it would take in this world. Professionals like scientists, like engineers, like others have still been unclear of what it is actually. So every day you get some news from some source, WHO or other reliable sources. Every day something comes, some news comes of this country or that country, this nation or that nation, and how many people have been infected so far, how many recoveries have been made, and how many people have lost lives. This is every hour news, everyday news, and many times a day this is news. So this is nothing new now. This is, you can say, a routine every day. But it has kept itself on top of news, and related news are then of economy, where people have lost their thoughts, lost their basis, and it's clearly indicates now that economy is very weak of world. It's too weak in world because people just thought we are very big, we are very powerful, but time has told now that even at 4 months, 3 months, 2 months loss we cannot digest. We cannot digest the loss of couple months of our world, howsoever big nation we may be. We may be nations of trillion economies like US, like China, but they are all also narrow, hollow, and void in their volume. So facts have come up. Had there been no COVID-19 arrived, we would not known what USA is, what China is, and what Europe is, and what Africa is, and what Asia is. We would not have known. Now it has been known that we are very hollow societies, hollow economies. We can't digest a couple of months' losses, or you can say delays actually, I should not say losses. So it's that COVID-19 has practically taught us, not by lectures or not by any notes or by reference to books, because books are not available. Yes, it's so you can say this is a kind of exponential teaching. It's not text teaching or practical teaching or a teaching which is formal. It's invisibly working for us. It's a directive teaching, educative teaching, where there is shown no evidence but displaced. You can say it's by demonstration, it's by empirical work that we are learning about this. And the teacher, the professor is teaching us without even our knowing that this professor is teaching us. We have learned that whole world is hollow. They think they are strong, but they are hollow. All development of science is very small if you compare to power of economic. Sciences have failed. Medical has failed actually. You can say humanity has failed. We had wrong conception that humanity has advanced very well. Scientists have advanced very well. It doesn't seem to be true. It's not evidenced. It's not proven. So fact remains that we have to come up to agreement that we have to go a lot, and we have to respect this teacher who has rightly or wrongly taken positions all over the world. And this is telling everybody it's telling, it's not differentiating, you are which religion, you are which caste, or you are which country, which race, which society. It doesn't mean anything for that. It doesn't differentiate on these parameters. For this, you are human, everyone human, 8 billion human, and diversity-based creatures, living beings. For this, nothing is different. This means we are like aggregate of concrete, we are like ingredients of concrete. There is no value of that when we are lying here and there, not being a part of concrete yet. So it's like nothing. We 8 billion people are nothing if COVID-19 considers us together. We are nothing in fact. We have no value, we have no standards, and we have no quality at all that COVID can accept. It's around 6 months, thousands of scientists, and they have been unable to conclusively understand what this power is. This means God is not interested in revealing its secrets to you, to me, or ourselves. So I should say to that extent, it's very powerful teacher, and we should love it. We should learn from it. It's also learned that economy is not very strong. It depends upon how much you can snatch from others. It's like that we are 10 brothers, say, let us say 200 brothers now, all countries. This wealth, whatever is there hidden in earth, belongs to everybody, including creatures, or you can say living beings, other living beings, non-human living beings. And we are all shareholders, we are stakeholders on that. But economy actually, what economy we understand is not that actual economy God wants to tell. And God says it's yours. You have to survive on this. You have to sustain on this. Sustainable development we say. Sustainability we say. So this is what sustainability for everybody is, that it's that we have to live based on this economy, which is still unknown. But we think that's economy. But don't forget, there is no variation in quantities of resources or natural secret hidden wealth we have. There is no change in that. Yet we consider we are up, I am up, you are down. Actually, economy that is running, it's not basic economy, it's the original economy. This is related economy. This is, you can say, not a persistent one. This relates to some other subject. As a comparison, you can say, we have changed our economy to currency units and not to power of material. That's why we suffer. We compare some economy to dollars, some to sterling, some to euro. That makes a difference. Our wealth is same. Whatever wealth one country has, some other wealth one country has, depending on where you are located. So you cannot say that economy is rising or falling actually. Originally speaking, basically or genuinely speaking, economy is fixed. This point I think is very difficult to understand by common person, and even economists may not be very clear about that until they understand technology or they understand meaning of wealth. I generally call material in my mind it's materialism. I don't call soul there because soul is something else. If I talk of certain imagination or certain reality else, material means which it has nothing, it has nothing of its own, but it can be used by others. That's material. We can say material means which has no breathing, which is just to be used, and it on its own cannot do anything. That's called material in true sense. On its own it cannot do anything, but if someone uses it, it can give benefit, it can change, it can value it. Example, gold, diamond, foreign, all these materials are lying within earth. These are not lying in skies, or nobody is creating them. It's all hidden in ores, in mountains, in rocks, in blood. We extract them and use them technologically, chemically. We extract them and use them. That is work. Material does not come out of earth itself. It doesn't do anything itself. Until someone acts on this, we walk on road and we throw some stone by our leg, our feet. So that stone moves from one place to another place, but it doesn't move on its own. That's what material is. Material is not active. It's not able to work, but it is able to work if somebody uses it. So you can say somebody can work on this on its own. So that's material. And when you add soul to that material, just like I am a body, living body, when I die, when I lose my soul from my body, I liberate my soul from my body and go out of this complete body. So this body becomes, we call it dead body. Liberated body. Liberated soul actually, body cannot be liberated. So in that case, when I die, it's only dead body, and this dead body cannot do anything on its own. That's true. But what till you live, you are doing everything. So dead body is material, and you are working body. When you are living, you are a body that can work. So your material plus soul. That's what I'm saying. This point is very easy to understand if you understand like this. So what I'm saying, we all are living in dark world, in world which you can understand. We have become comparatively rich or poor ourselves. Nobody made us rich or poor. Again I say, food is available for everybody. Earth has enough surface. This 12,000 diameter surface. If you find out surface area of this, is no problem. I put many calculations before also, and you can find out area for pi r square. What was this? And you say you get area, and 2/3 of that you can say that is continental area of this, which out of means how many percent is fertile, and that's enough I think for everyone at station of earth to grow crops, eat. So that's what actually basic requirement of human is. But we have forgotten, we have overruled that this food is not enough. We want all other facilities which we never knew at time when this world was created. Those original people might not even understand what fire is, but water was there, but fire was not there. So they generated fire. If you go to the theory of evolution, you understand how this world started and how human developed. So I think economy considers one part of life, but not total part of life. When you compare economy and you compare your health, I think nobody will like to do that. Economy is first and health is not first, that's true. But when governments are concerned, 200 governments of the world are concerned, more than 20 governments, they don't think of people, they think of them, how far we are, how much money I have. That's economy. To be very frank, what's economy? Frankly speaking, what's economy? I am this, I have that much in reserve store, and I have that much. GDP, you call it GDP is a formula to understand what development is. It's only valuation, it's not material value. It's not quantity of material. So you can say economy means how much do you have in form of currency. That's economy for everybody, for every country. Simply understanding, I have this much. But we have to go further. When I say I have this much, this is relative to each other. If 200 members are there, say total wealth is same. Today you have this much, other party has this much, third party has this much, and all have this much. It's not necessary tomorrow it remains same. If you sum total of all this, you will find some value. And if you change this one to other third, you change values in each all 200, but sum remains same. It's equation, because wealth does not come up. From where wealth should come? How can you add value to wealth? When it's not raining of wealth, it's not raining. It's not, material is falling from sky. It's not that. The gold is falling from sky or silver is falling from sky. You can add value to that. It's not that. Only rain is falling from sky. That's also not from sky. That's from sea, and all related activities are there. All related methods, you can say science is there, theory is there, how clouds are formed and how ionization does, and how it then comes down after condensation of its nuclei. You know that. This means today you have what wealth, somebody will take it from you in name of commerce, and then from that somebody else will buy it, or then you buy someone else. So it comes plus minus, additional plus minus, lesser than, more than, this and that. But if you take sum, it remains same value. And whatever is available in earth, not come up. We are evaluating that is we have, what we have. This value we have. But we are not taking into consideration value that's available in lithosphere. Because we are not sure about it, we don't know anything about that. If you take my first 35 kilometer of layer, that's called crust, and they go down for the 3,000 kilometers, say it's mental part, and then for the core part. We know something about crust, and whatever economy erupted, that's only from crust. So we may know everything, or we know not everything about crust, wealth, value. What we extract is that known to us. Others, we only imagine, we only estimate that we may have this much oil here and reservoir, and this much wealth in this ore, or this may be, heavy soil, heavy earth, as China say heavy earth, just like say heavy water. So we have that way to clearly understand, and that's point of economics. Economists may not hold that because that information may not be available. Nobody might have estimated quantum of material in Earth. In Earth. So that is actually, you can say, if I am not wrong, if I understand rightly, that is what say that we are. That's what we are. That is what our economy is. It should be. But we have no answer to that. We have to understand that. What governments have done all over the world, they are not concerned with COVID-19 actually, not. Yes, they were concerned in beginning when they were serious because they didn't know what reaction to take. They didn't know that. If you go to history of COVID in last couple of months, in beginning they were thinking, oh, maybe everybody dies, all will die. Maybe that thought came to their mind. But when picture is clear, getting clear that COVID-19 is not having an objective to kill all world. It's not killing all. It's infecting everybody. And if you say actual deaths are not that much if you compare to population. Yes, it is infecting. This means it's an alert. It's an alert. To say 7 million have crossed. Yes, 7 million infections have crossed and maybe more. Let us assume whatever is crossed is 7 million crossed, right? 8 million crossed, right? How many died? It's not even 1 billion. This means COVID has not come to kill humanity. This is very much explicit, clear that COVID has not come to kill humanity. It has come for some other purpose. Because God doesn't want to kill its creation until creation has turned very bad. So we are lucky that still we are in safe hands of God. We can say or we cannot say. We can say we are in safe hands of God. Majority of people are recovering. Only few people, you can say few percentage people are leaving this world. And when there is no treatment, and if there is treatment, say, it's not till today any solid guarantee that we have, but if we have even protective one rather than curing one, this means we will not lose anything except infections. And even if you take precautionary measure, infection shall not come to you. That's also true. But there is a lack of education among people regarding this. And I say, when all governments, you see, governments understand what they are doing, all governments. Now they have realized that death rate because of this infection is not very high. Recovery rate is very high. Infections are happening, but recovery is too, and deaths are too low. I think not even 500,000 have died so far. This means you often, if you see people die, otherwise also people die. So this means there was a fury in public, a scares, a kind of threat, a kind of a danger appear in minds of humanity. Oh, don't know what's had happened, which led to lockdown. With an understanding that theory of lockdown, we break chain of COVID. That was basic in it. But I am still not sure of that. Because this was, you can say, like an experiment. If you lock down, people won't be infected. But that's not absolutely the case here. It's completely different. They tried, all countries tried, but at one day they thought, it's no use. Actually, it happened. So they tried to wind up gradually. They didn't speak, okay, we start gradually opening this lockdown. Means it is not clear till now how this infection works. I have gone through many research papers. Scientists are still in darkness. They don't know actual reason of this. And some say, oh, it has been there for decades. Some say something and some say something. Only saying. But God says something else. God is telling something else. I'm not here to kill you. I will not forget you also. I will not forgive you also. I have to punish you. If we cannot handle economy for 2 or 3 years, we cannot have risk, then we are very, very economy-less nation, economy-less world. There was a time when people were very strong. If you go 40, 50 years back, 60 years back, you shall find that citizens of our country and citizens of many countries were very strong. Very, very strong. They used to walk, they used to have sun bath. I mean, to say not formally, but they used to absorb sun. They would have ordinary lifestyle, not luxurious one, ordinary. And they had certain ambitions to do something in life. That was, a kind of youth world, a young world. Always youth has got some ambition, not veteran or not seniors. Or youth got some ambition in life because that's beginning of life. And whatever ambition if you have or had, some achieved that, some could not achieve that due to certain economical reasons. It happens. So what happened then? Nothing happened then. Only happened is those who are able to do something, they can get that, and those who are not able, they get something else, and they keep satisfied in whatever they get. That's true fact. That's true truth of life. Now, what has changed actually? Nothing has changed that. Nothing has changed. Only one thing, one point is changed, that we are not that strong now, physically and mentally. Yes, we have very good clothes. We have all facilities available, from cycle to flight, from airplane, television, computers, communication. We have everything. We have everything which has forced us to live a luxurious and communicative lifestyle. Okay, fine if you have that. But you say there's some limit on everything. There should be limit on everything. That limit we have not taken care of. We have not taken care of that limit, and actually, to be very frankly saying that we have no plan for future. Whole world. And whatever plan they think is acceptable is only economic plan. They want economic gains, whole world, they don't want something else. Yes, for economic gain they can do whatever they want. But they forget the economy is not absolutely necessary. It's already there. I don't know what actually one is thinking of. Economy remains same. It cannot increase. Yes, crops can increase. You can increase crop production, proceeds. You can do whatever you want there. Otherwise, you cannot do otherwise. No. To be very frank, you may consider my statement in any way, but fact remains. You cannot increase any quantity of material which is available hidden below earth, below surface of earth. You cannot increase that quantity. In whatever manner you like, you cannot. Because first of all, you cannot access there. You have no access to that point. Some people write and I answer, okay, if you think world is advanced that much, You just give me a room constructed 10 kilometers below earth. Forget 10 kilometers, give me 1 kilometer below earth. Excavate 1 kilometer and get me a room there. I'll see how you do that. When you cannot do this much, why do you jump to get everything out from earth? That's what is a relation between our requirements, or not requirements, you can say our hunger for material. Our hunger for material. We are all hungry in every way. We are hungry. We want more and more and more. If God gives us something, we want more and more, and we get something, we want research on that more and more and more. Just keeping in this small point of economy, lockdowns are being lifted up, no other reason. Every government is concerned for wealth, for money. They are not concerned for lives. Fact is that. In beginning, they were, in beginning, all nations, they were. But now, there's a mix-up. They want lockdown also, as well as they want money making, as well as they want to rise again. So my dear, it's not practically possible. You want to jump up and then come down, and jump up and come down, and simultaneously sun and moon, simultaneously sun and darkness cannot stay, remember. Either darkness or sun, both cannot remain together. Darkness and fire cannot remain together. Plus and minus cannot remain together. Either they merge into each and result is minus, or they sum up into each, result is plus or minus. That depends upon that. Therefore, my dear Professor COVID, you are welcome. You have seen how this world works, and what has not seen you, and I don't know when you will display your reality to world. I don't know whether you a program to do that or not to do that. Well, that's what I wanted to tell you about this. Only brief, because Saudi Arabia is rising in infections very fast. Kuwait is rising, Oman is rising, and other nations are rising. America is still on move. We are also on move. There's no way I still see in next week or 2-3 weeks we shall come to normalcy. It's not going to happen. Generally, commercial centers are being opened, worship centers are being opened all over the world, but it doesn't mean normalcy. World is changing. Life which was in in November last year cannot come back. I have seen people, when lockdown is open, cars, thousands of cars on road again. Thousands of cars. This means still we are not serious about that. We want to enjoy car driving and we run because we did not use 2 months for 2 months or 3 months. This entertainment, this lifestyle, we just want to do it now, fulfill our hunger. And that's the reason thousands of cars roll again. In our country, Bharat, India, a society that doesn't think. I can clearly say we are a society that does not think. We are a society that just wants to survive. We can't develop this way, that way. We can't develop. It happens sometimes that you have too much. Your family has too much money. You don't know how to spend that money, how to use that money. You don't understand how to do, and there's no person who controls over you, what you should do, what should not do. There's no such centralized person, head of family that is responsible for you. That head of family is also not available everywhere. And these countries, particularly those having oil, they are now worried to keep some value of oil. Otherwise, they won't have anything to do. So, a complete change of world picture in economy, in commerce, and human understanding, whatever you can say, it is happening. Let me do some exercise. It's happening that We cannot understand what real economy is. That's point of view we should have, but we missed it. There was a time where I could not understand my childhood what this is happening. Industry they say, money they say, earning they say, but where money comes from actually? I could not understand. How we taking food, how you're buying, what's happening, how money transacts, how money moves. It was not understood because I was a kid. Still, some people don't understand. They want jobs, but they don't understand what job is. What's youth? Because they are educated, they want jobs. This is requirement every field. All over the world, it's job that youth want, but they don't know how countries move, how economies move. And still, those who are very, very old, they too don't understand that. Everybody has not those understanding. That's the point. I can't discuss that at length, but that's a fact. We know that currency is not money. It's denomination. Everybody knows that. Just like we call in mathematics numerator and denominator. You know that. You say 1 over 4 examples, 1 over 4 we write. What does it mean? 1 is numerator and 4 is denominator. So this currency units and whatever name it is, it's not actually part of money. It's not money. It's a symbol of money. It tells that I can give you this much value. We understand that. Currency is just note paper, because you can transact money through electronics also. So that way value it is. So currency is not money, we know. This how money moves from one hand to other hand, from one nation to other nation, and it moves among all nations through centralized systems also. And in every nation there is a system from which with central control it used for all of us. Now this movement of money all over the world, this movement of money all over the world is very complex situation. Very complex. Because when something is flowing, something flows. When water flows in some channel or in some route, you cannot say exactly what time, how much water is moving. From where it's going to where. Nobody understands that. Nobody can predict that. We cannot say what shall be next day or what shall be on this day. Quantity of this water available at various sections of world. Same is money. Same is money. How much we have today, how much we have yesterday, how much we will have after so many days. We have no such contemplation, no such projection. This means economy is very complex. Yes, items have been fixed, their rates have been fixed, but if you see dynamism of economy, it's not truly understood. It's not truly understood. Because they may say rule of economy, if supply is more, it's more expensive. I mean to say, if demand is more, it's more expensive. And if demand is less, it's not very expensive. That is principle, relative principle of economy. But again I am saying, how much you have is not your absolute one. How much you have something is not absolute one. And when it's not absolute one, means it's not actually reliable. It's not actually reliable. That point we must understand. Means it's not necessary that you be qualified in economics to understand economics. Not necessary. Because economy is a subject I know. It's very, very special subject, very, very powerful subject. But basic is same. Value of material, value of economics, value of money we have in earth is fixed but unknown. We don't know that. And we may not be know that even coming 50 years or 100 years, because we cannot go inside Earth. That's point, that's understood. So this is economy related to COVID. COVID has threatened us, and COVID has threatened us and asked us that don't have much pride in your mind because you have nothing. That's some gastrics happening. Okay. Now, that's okay, fine. As I said, I'll talk about technical matters also in this. Technical matters means material subjects or topics or some documents that relate to engineering, construction, or field engineering application will take up in this, because what I understand, if you want to have professional quality on activities, I am calling professional quality. I'm not talking quality alone. Because when we talk of profession, we talk of higher education. When we talk of profession, we talk of some applications. Because profession means applications, sciences application or other applications which give results and which can be valued, which can be affected in estimation. So when we say professional activity, or when we say it's field experience, actually it's real field work. And I would say field work is very important to learn actually. What you can learn in field, you cannot learn in theory. You cannot learn in books what you can learn in field. When I work in field, first of all, I have to work in open. That is one beauty of working. Then one advantage of working, that you have to work exposed to environment, exposed to sun, exposed to sunlight, exposed to air, exposed to all geopod, I can say all job hazard areas you have to work in. When you work in field, you have to work with people. When you work in field, you have to work with material, and you have to work with everybody who is linked to that field, and that's called field activity. And field activity is very important in whole life. I'm not saying you be in field all the time, but field activity I'm talking. If you understand field very well, you can understand activity. Otherwise, one cannot understand activity of field. And field is everywhere in every profession. Without field, nothing is possible. Whatever work you do, you have to one time go to field. If you don't go to field, you will not understand facts of life. When we see sun, if we don't go out, we won't be able to understand what is temperature and how it affects. If we stay in room all the time, we don't know what is wind. So for that purpose, you have to go to open, to go to field area and understand how you feel and how it works. You understand what temperature is there and how you feel that temperature, what's that. So feeling and actually happening, you understand. That is where field occurs, field comes in. So my statement claims if you have field knowledge, you are a better person, you are a better professional, because you know what problems you have in fields, what problems you have faced, how many every day you face problems, every day. Problems which are created and problems which are natural, both you face through. I'm saying created means some people create problems for someone else due to whatever reason, jealousy or something, or you could not reach that position of the guys, or some maybe some problem for you and some problem that person is working in the field. So field engineering is very important here, and field engineering doesn't mean field only. It means field of whatever, field of management, field of professional work, field of your organization, field of your company, and field of in which industry you work, all make a difference, and which should be understood clearly. This unclear understanding always makes a problem, and we should understand that point. We should be clear of what we do. Clear concept is very important in engineering. So when I say field engineering means, I was going through just a document that is, concrete. It's concrete, and now I'd like to say something about that. In fact, if I talk of concrete, I have to say that, let me see if file is available or not. I'd like to say something on that. Fidic construction, Fidic comparison of Fidic. So I say Fidic construction, I open first, and it's say Fidic construction open, then I'll go to some other, and I'd like to say concrete. Let me just talk a little about concrete and what's the important one. I open file, I just let me see what file is. Let Fidic come first, and maybe I'll take some water. It's also very important for me, otherwise I'll get tired and not able to speak. I'm having a little pain in my forehead, but I just rub that, and it's momentarily it's gone. Red book I'm already on, means we are talking on red book and talk about DAB yesterday. Today also I'll continue that one. But I also want to open the book that I was a book called Specifications of Concrete, and that is actually Fidic. Let me, where is concrete? Just down, yes, here I got it, yes. I'm sorry. No, I'll just brief that concrete document, because I put URL of concrete in same video attached. You can go here. Now this is section 5, and this is section 5, and this is section 5 of Qatar, section Qatar specifications. This is Qatar specification, that is 2014, though it's 6 years back, but no problem. Maybe they have some advancement. I could not get that. So this is section 5, and this part in general, and says this is regarding concrete. I'm not going to text by text, it's just briefing you that. And can say it has its part in general, and there are many parts in that. In general, it says say in introduction, then scope, references, definitions, approved products. This is general, and then its implementation, in which approved installers, field quality control, rejected materials, and records. And then its general also comes in and says introduction again, and it says this section includes the requirements for concrete work, for pipelines, roadworks, runways, structures, water retaining structures, foundations, and bases for structures and equipment. This part includes relevant standards, definitions, abbreviations, and requirements for testing facilities, rejected materials, and record keeping. So if you say in this section, what says related sections are as follows in this part 2. This is aggregate, and part 3 Cementitious materials. Part 4 is water. Part 5 admixtures. Part 6 property requirements and property requirements. 7 is concrete plants and 8 is transportation and placing of concrete. 9 is formwork. 10 is curing. 11 is reinforcement and 12 is construction joints and 13 is inspection and testing of hardened concrete. 14 is protective coatings to concrete. 15 is hot weather condition concrete. Then 16 is miscellaneous. 17 is precast concrete. 18 is pre-stressed concrete and 19 is water retaining structures. And then there are sections. One is general. Section 2 is quality assurance and quality control. Section 4 is foundations and retaining structures. Section 6 is roadworks and Section 8 is drainage works. Section 9 is mechanical and electrical equipment. And then its references are given regarding specific in codes. ASTM C31, 39, C143, 1064. Various codes are there, BS codes and European codes. Then definitions of various symbols and then you can say, I'm just jumping onto that, out of that. Then there are institutions like ASH2, ACI, ASTM, AWS, BS, BSCP, etc., CD, etc., all that. I'll go through all this one by one later on, but I'm just giving you introduction here. Approved products which are there in addressing context-specific documentation may identify approved products and approved or pre-qualified manufacturers and suppliers of products used in concrete work. And then implementation, approved installers, field quality control. For example, implementations, approved installers, contract specific documentation may identify approved or pre-qualified providers of concrete construction services. And then field quality control, and which is then rejected materials and records. So that's a table, that's the sampling procedures and minimum sample size of central material laboratory and material test and minimum sample. Cement, how to take it means cement and aggregate, reinforcement, water test and slump test and cubing making and curing and like that. And then if you go to the other one is 2 section, aggregate and channel scope, reference, definition, source and sampling, quality and testing, storage, fine aggregate, coarse aggregate, washing and processing, lightweight and coarse recycled aggregates. And that's then aggregates continue like that. It got so much. So if you download this file, just section 5 Qatar concrete, and this is, you will find about 200 pages. So I thought it worth to share it with you, and this will take time. I'm just introducing today, but we'll take few moments this one, a few minutes break. So that is technical work as well as contract work. So we don't feel bored, concentrate only on one subject all 4 hours or 3 hours. So we have to be very, very interactive in this sense. So much is there in concrete specifications. We have to go word by word in some cases. Now I'm just trying to introduce this, and it's not coarse aggregate for concrete like that, It's fine aggregate for concrete and mortar, and before that this is right, and then coarse aggregate for concrete, combined aggregate for concrete, washing and processing, lightweight aggregate, coarse recycled aggregate, and then it's like cementitious materials and references are there, all ASTM, BSEU terms and definitions, and source approval and sampling, quality and testing, and delivery, storage and handling, and then it is whatever many so all there. What is water and how is that this testing of water, etc., and quality of water, pH of water, permissible temperature, supply of storage, testing and sampling, and that's where it is like. And if you say health and safety, then admixtures, general and reference like that, the use of admixtures, water-moving mixtures, inorganic corrosion inhibitor, like that. It is not so many parts are there. This is this is part which is 6 property requirement. That's what it says, that property requirements is general and references. And then concrete, what's concrete for section 5 property requirements. So list of codes, long list of codes, and then text, definitions, exposure conditions will apply as follows. Concrete exposure conditions: class XO, class XO, class X1, class X2, class X3, class X4, class X5. These are classes, and sulfate just a minute. Let's say exposure conditions should be clear. Let's say class XO, no risk of corrosion. Say that is class XO means a good area where there is no question of no chances of corrosion. That's called class XO, which is no risk of corrosion or attack, non-saline conditions, and there's no salt in that. Blinding concrete and non-reinforced concrete or slab or this class class X1. Mild exposure, you can say non-saline conditions, dry or not, that rarely dry, and external concrete at least 3 meter above ground level. Internal concrete in dry conditions, concrete permanently submerged in non-saline water or non-aggressive groundwater. C is class 2, which is moderate exposure. Non-saline conditions are cyclically wet and dry. External reinforced concrete less than 3 meter above ground level. Water retaining structures exposed to fluctuating water levels. The class 3 is aggressive exposure. Permanently submerged or well, rarely dry. Concrete in contact with groundwater, including capillarized zone concrete covered or permanently exposed to saline water. So as such, there are 4 as well: severe exposure and then extreme exposure. These are classes, and then there's definition of what's concrete, what cement is. For example, concrete is a mixture of cementitious materials, coarse and fine aggregates, and water with or without admixture, which develops its properties by cement hydration. And cementitious materials, Portland cement in combination with one or more of following blended hydraulic cement, fly ash, and other pozzolanas, ground granulated blast furnace slag, and silica fume, subject to compliance with requirements of this specification. Then water cement is ratio between total water in concrete, less water absorbed by aggregate, and weight of cementitious materials expressed as decimal fractions. Then admixture means a material other than what's happening? That's why there's a lock in my body, So cementitious materials, Portland cement in combination with one or more following blended hydraulic cement or fly ash and other pozzolanas. These are pozzolanas calling following blended hydraulic cement, fly ash, or other pozzolanas, ground granite blast furnace, slag, and silica fumes, subject to compliance with the requirement of this specification. The water cement ratio shall mean ratio between total weight of water in concrete less water absorbed by aggregate and weight of cementitious materials expressed as a decimal fraction. Admixture mean material other than water, aggregate, cementitious materials, or fiber reinforcement used as ingredients of concrete or mortars. Admixtures are added during mixing process of concrete to modify properties of concrete. mean mix in and each fresh and hard water. Similarly, we can say hot weather is defined. What is hot weather means? It says defined as a definition. Hot weather is shall mean any combination of following conclusions that tend to impair quality of freshly mixed or hardened concrete by accelerating rate of moisture loss and rate of cement hydration, or otherwise causing detrimental results such as high ambient temperature when shade temperature is above 40 degrees Celsius on a rising thermometer, 43 degrees Celsius on a falling thermometer, and and high concrete temperature at low relative humidity, high wind speed, and whenever rate of evaporation exceeds 0.75 kilogram per meter square per hour. And mass concrete, so saying mass concrete actually is massive concrete. It's defined as volume of concrete with dimensions large enough to require that max measures be taken to cope with generation of heat from hydration of cement and 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 attendant volume change to minimize cracking. Reinforced massive concrete structures include pile caps, and massive concrete structures include pile caps, transfer plates and structural members where least dimension exceeds 1.5 meters. So 1.5 meter for massive members. Then coarse aggregate, you know what is that? 20 shall be considered the size passing 20 mm sieve or larger, sieve size and predominantly retained on 4 mm sieve. And fine aggregate shall be considered as the size predominantly passing a 4 mm sieve and predominantly retained on 0.063 mm size. PC shall mean Portland cement or CEM1 cement 1. FA shall mean pulverized fuel ash or fly ash. So is actually PFA, so no problem. GGF shall mean ground granulated blast furnace slag, and SF shall mean silica fume. Other names are considered silica fume and microsilica. And gap graded aggregate. Gap graded aggregate shall mean grade with aggregate without one or more of intermediate sides. And size, single size aggregate shall mean aggregate containing major portion of particles of one sieve size. Target mean strength shall mean specified concrete is specified characteristic strength plus a margin, and that is target mean strength is this shall mean specified characteristic strength plus margin, and margin means difference between specified characteristic strength and target mean strength. So according or acceptable, accept means acceptable or accepted by engineer. Approval or approved shall mean approved and approved by engineer, and all in aggregate shall mean material composed of mixture of coarse and aggregate. Self-compacting concrete SCC concrete that is able to flow and consolidate under its own weight, completely fill formwork even in presence of dense reinforcement while maintaining homogeneity and without need for additional compaction. And then the submittals. Contextual submit details of mixed designs to engineer for approval. Material safety data sheet are equivalent for all products, test results and other information as required to prove compliance with specification shall be submitted to engineer for approval according to relevant sections of EQCS on at least two following product. Then cement recent independent test results acceptable to engineer, conforming compliance with specified requirements and dictated standards. that uh, okay, some pain here in my testing. So some metals. So metal separator sheet of equivalent for parts, test results, and other information as required to prove compliance with the specification shall be submitted to engineer for approval according to relevant section of QCS or at least following parts: cement, cement recent independent test results, acceptance to engineer if conforming compliance with the specified requirement and preferred standards. Manufacturer certificate shall also be supplied for each batch of production of corn cement or on a weekly basis, whichever is more frequent, certifying compliance with BSEN 197 or other equivalent standards. So it goes like that. It says early compressive strength of each consignment of cement shall conform to requirements of QCS Part 3 at independent site laboratory. Deviation of more than 10%, you can say, from either of previous consignment value or rolling average shall be immediately reported in the GGBS. So let's have a talk on that. GGBS is very important. Recent independent test results is acceptable to engineer confirming compliance with specified requirement and reference standards. Manufacturer certificate with all information necessary to verify compliance shall also be supplied for each consignment of GGBS or on weekly basis, whichever is more frequent. Only compressive strength of each consignment of GGBS shall be determined in accordance with BSEN 197 and BSEN 15167 or ASTM C989 at independent site laboratory based on a blend of 50-50% GGBS and GCMI. Deviation of more than 5% in strength from either previous consignment value or rolling average shall be immediately reported to engineer testing at an independent laboratory shall be in accordance with BSC9 EN 197 and BSEN 15167 standards and approved by engineer. This is regarding GGBS. Then PFA and like that silica fumes, we can say we'll do that all. I'm just trying to it's just one clause here: submit complex mix design data for such each separate mix with use on project in single submittal with a test at least following information. And there's a long list here. Let's see, this is important. Type of cement, Portland cement mortar, Portland cement content, cementitious content like GGBS, PFA, natural pozzolana, rice husk, ash or silica fumes. Then maximum aggregate size and combined the grading curve for coarse aggregate and quantities of all individual materials. And quantities of all individual members and type of manufacturing, type of admixture, target slump flow, discharge as per PS, and initial and final concrete setting time. Initial and final setting concrete time for each design for ASTM 4C403 or equivalent BSEN standards if specified. Fresh density of concrete per BSEN 123506, air content per BSEN 123507, target temperature and bleeding if specified, chloride and sulfate contents details of calculated water cement material and compressive strength, hardened density, and water absorption percentage and water penetration is specified. Rapid chloride permeability column value is specified. Chlorine migration content meters square per second is specified. And then including on delivery ticket as then data shall be from same production facility and that will be used for product. Mixed design data see that seem to one of to follow. That's all. So is this only the small, and we'll go to other one, reinforcement corrosion sulfate classes, and as we said, exposure classes means XO, this is a class no risk of corrosion. X1 is mild exposure, X2 is moderate, and X3 is aggressive, and X4 is severe, and X5 is extreme. And then there is sulfate exposure cases like that, fresh concrete. So let's see something about fresh concrete. It's very important. Just part to understand. We take later on completely because there's something is better you know now. So that fresh concrete, if I say fresh concrete, let me see what time is left now. So it's 1:20. Well, there's enough time, no problem. We can go to 1 hour for this at least. Sorry. So I may say fresh concretes when we say general where adequate workability is where adequate workability is difficult, where adequate workability is difficult to obtain at maximum water cements ratio allowed, use of plasticizers or water reducing admixtures may be considered. Alternatively, an increase in the cement's content may be considered where this will not adversely affect durability of concrete. Cement's content in excess of 400 kg per meter cube shall not be used unless specifically considered for or has been given to effect for heat hydration and reduce thermal stresses in concrete. An approval has been obtained from engineer. Maximum cementitious content shall not exceed 500 kg per meter square. So it says cement content in excess of 400 gram per meter cube shall not be used unless special consideration has been given to effect of heat of generation, hydration and reduce thermal stresses in concrete, and approval has been obtained from engineer. Maximum cementitious content shall not exceed 500 gram per meter cube. Proportioning mix and placing of mixture shall be accordance with part 7 and 8 of this section. A temperature at placement, that's an important point which I want to actually introduce to you. For that. say now temperature. Maximum fresh concrete temperature shall not exceed 32 degrees Celsius. This is remarkable. We have this thing for temperature purpose because there is no information of temperature to our engineers in this country. So maximum fresh concrete temperature shall not exceed 32 degrees Celsius. Unless construction testing to verify proposed concrete mixture will function satisfactory at a concrete temperature greater than 32 degrees Celsius, no concrete shall be placed if concrete temperature is above 35 degrees Celsius. For mass concrete, actually massive concrete terminology is not so massive concrete process shall demonstrate that temperature of concrete due to hydration shall comply with maximum fresh concrete. So says concrete process shall demonstrate that temperature of concrete due to hydration shall comply with maximum fresh concrete temperature specified. Supplier may use various demonstration, testing, heat sensors and simulation technologies which measure concrete heat of hydration and its rate versus concrete curing age. Supplier may use in its demonstration testing heat sensors and simulation technologies which measure concrete heat of hydration and its rate versus concrete curing age. Contractor is responsible for ensuring that concrete is able to be fully compacted within concrete element regardless of reinforcing density. Contractor is responsible to ensure that concrete is able to be fully compacted within concrete element regardless of reinforcing density or other limitations. This may involve reducing maximum aggregate size, increased level of concrete workability, or use self-compacting concrete. Where consistence of concrete is to be determined shall be measured either by means of slump test conforming to BS EN 21235 12350 slump test conforming to BS EN, flow table test conforming to BS EN 123505. Now, consistence of concrete shall be determined at time of use of concrete or in case of ready mixed concrete at time of delivery. Tolerance of different consistence tests and target values are given table. It's the tolerance for target values of consistence. Slump we are talking of the target value. Target value is less than equal to 40 and 50 to 90 and less or greater than 100. And flow diagram target value no other tolerances. There is 60 mm minus 60 mm plus. Now go further than its grade of concrete. We're talking where strength is classified with respect to compression strength. Table 6.4 gives here concrete grade with requirement of water cement ratio and cement is content. Corrected compressive strength at 28 days of 150 mm cubes. So corrected compressive strength at 28 days at 150 mm cubes. FCK cube or 150 mm diameter by 300 mm cylinder. FCK CYF may be used for classification. An exception be made for concrete mixtures containing fly ash, silica fumes, or GBS, where testing shall be requested at 56 days or 90 days as approved by engineers. And then minimum has a table, concrete grades and composition requirements. First column is concrete grade, second column is minimum characteristics cube, strength FCK cube, and then minimum characteristic cylinder strength FCK CY cylinder, then minimum cementitious concrete content kilogram per cube, and measure water sims ratio. The WRC as a ratio, this is a unit. So concrete grade is B15, B20, then C, B and C, and I don't know, B and C, and then it's up to C75. B stands for 50, I think, for blinding, and B stands for 20, that's blinding, maybe it's used for blinding. So Newton says B15 means cube is 15 and cylinder is 12, approximately 80% of that. Then you see C25 means C25 is cube and 20 is cylinder. Likewise up to all that one. Cement content, which is set for C25 is 260 and C30 is 300. Like that, C25 is 320 is given as such. Now when we talk of durability requirement, it's very specific that durability means how long concrete shall work, survive after hardening. Just by taking water. So it's a durable requirement. Constituent materials shall not contain harmful ingredients in such quantities as may be detrimental to durability of concrete or cause corrosion of reinforcement. For reinforced concrete at ground, need for protection from chlorides must be balanced against need for protection from sulfates. Protective measures include use of surface treatment, alternative reinforcement and alternatives reinforcement and increasing concrete cover, and in every case need for good quality concrete with low permeability is promoted. The maximum acid solution chloride content of concrete expressed as percentage of chloride ions by mass of cementitious material shall not exceed value given table. This is chloride ion, calcium chloride and chloride based mixtures shall not be used in concrete containing steel reinforcement or other embedded metal. Now determination of concrete chloride content at concrete shall be conducted by sum of contributions from constituent materials and this and this. reinforced concrete and pre-stressed concrete, and base given there. We'll take up later on. We cannot remember exactly what it's given. So let's go to type of cementous materials first. Different types of cementous materials offer different resistances to stipulate attack and penetration of chlorides. Now, minimum cementous content for different concrete grades are given in table 6.4. Table 6.6 gives different types of cementous materials and their combinations, and now cementous materials and combinations. Table 6.6. First column is cementous materials, second column is percentage of components, and third column is BSEN 1971 designation, and then ASTM standard type 1. Now Portland cement, percentage of components 100% Portland cement, and BSEN 171 designation is CEM1. CEM cement 1 is Portland cement. That's type 1. Then sulfate resistant Portland cement, that is sulfate resistant Portland cement, 100% sulfate resistant Portland cement, and this is ASTM type 5, no in BS. BS, there's nothing as such in BS, so sulfate resistant cement is type 5 ASTM standard. Then PC fly ash. PC fly ash, this is percentage of components, and 65 to 79% PC and 35 to 21% fly ash. And so you can replace fly ash, you can replace PC from 35 to 21%. Then fly ash is BS EN1 designation, is cement 2, so Portland cement was 1, and fly ash cement is 2, that's B5. Now no ASTM, so PC ground granulated blast furnace slag, so PC is also there, and GGBS, so this is 35 to 65% PC, and in that 65 to 45% GGBS, and this is cement 3. After that, triple band cement, triple band PC. In triple band PC, FA, SF 55 to 70% is PC, and 35 to 25% FA, and 10 to 5% SF. Okay, now triple band PC GGBS SF, triple band 30 to 45% PC and 60 to 50% GGBS and 10 to 5% SF. Concrete resistance to alkali silica reaction. Resistance to alkali silica reaction. Alkali silica reaction is most common form of alkali aggregate reaction. Dry concrete is not prone to cracking, but alkali silica reaction, as it needs an external source of water to develop sufficiency to cause cracking. Water aggregate contain various varieties of silica susceptors, where aggregate contains varieties of silica susceptible to attack by alkalis from cement and other sources, and concrete is exposed to humid conditions. Actions shall be taken to prevent deleterious and alkali silica reactions using recommendations and procedures given in BS. So we will move on that later also. And now this is about little about concrete. I like to. I'm not going to take the full file of concrete, but it's also long file. It's about 200 pages. This is only brief I gave it today regarding Qatar concrete, the specification of concrete Qatar 2014, because I know how how quality is maintained there. That's the only reason I try to give you small information, brief information about this. I'll come to full swing later on, because I just wanted to keep some time for this in talks, and then go to FEDIC, as you should entertain FEDIC, which is very important. And let me close this file for concrete now. This file is available, you can say, on this URL. You can go to URL section of text and find that. I'll now because now I'll just give a brief on I think the silver one. Let me see a silver one. Let me go to your page. Silver, where is the silver? Let me see. The course and FEDIC, that is climate, beauty, sonite, responsive, and silver 2017. So let us see the silver one. So I have opened this file for silver. Let us little have brief on this before jumping to another. Now for information, this silver, FEDIC Silver 2017, this is conditions of contract for EPC turnkey projects. And it is also saying the usual guidance for preparation of particular conditions and annex, etc. And FEDIC conditional contract for EC turnkey projects, and I don't think copyright is very important to be talked of. Leave it. Then contents, and as usual. Acknowledgements, and then now it's a little note here on this, that is second edition of conditions of contract on EPC turnkey projects has been published by FEDIC as an update of FEDIC 99, conditions of contract for EPC turnkey projects silver first edition. It is along with FEDIC 99 red book, conditions of contract for construction, and FEDIC 99 yellow book, In conditions of contract for plant and design built, FIDIC 99 Silver Book has been a widespread use for nearly 2 decades. These conditions of contract for EPC These conditions of contract for EPC turnkey projects are not suitable for use in following the circumstances. What says means if there is insufficient time or information for tenders to scrutinize and check employers' requirements, or for them to carry out their designs, risk assessments, studies, and estimation. And if construction will involve substantial work, if construction shall involve substantial work undergoing or work in other areas which tenders cannot inspect, unless special provisions are made to account for unforeseen conditions, or if employer intends to supervise closely or control contractors' work, or to review most of construction drawings. Now, FIDIC recommends that second edition of FIDIC Yellow Book, Conditions of Contract for Plant and Design Built, be used in above circumstances for works designed by on behalf of contractor. Now, second edition of FIDIC Silver Book maintains principle of risk sharing established in 1999 Act editions, while seeking to build on substantial experience gained from its use over past 18 years. For example, this edition and this evidences greater details. Number one is greater detail and clearly on requirement for notices and other communications. Then provide provisions to address employers and contractors' claims treated equally and separated from disputes. Mechanism for dispute avoidance and detailed provisions for quality management and verification of contractors' contractual compliance. Now, these conditions of contract for EPC or turnkey projects include conditions which are likely to apply to majority of such contracts, essential items of information which are particular to each individual contract are to be included in conditions part A contract data. In addition, it is recognized that many employers, especially government agencies, may require special conditions then we can say it should be noted that general conditions and particular conditions, part A contract data and part B special provisions are all part of conditions of contract. And it is recognized that many employers, especially government agencies, may require special conditions of contract or particular procedures which differ from those included in general conditions, they should be included in Part B, special procedure. Now, to assist employers in preparing tender documents and drafting particular conditions of contract for specific contracts, this publication includes notes on preparation of tender documents and notes on preparation of special provisions which provide important advice to drafters of contract documents. In particular, employers' requirements and special provisions in drafting special provisions. If clauses in general conditions are to be replaced or supplemented, and before incorporating any example, warning, employers are urged to take legal action. Legal action, that's very important. Now, it says that in drafting special provisions, if clauses in general conditions are to be replaced or supplemented, and before incorporating any example for it, employers are asked to seek legal and engineering advices in draft to avoid ambiguity and to ensure completeness and consistency with other provisions of contract. The publication begins with a series of comprehensive flowcharts which typically shows in usual form sequence of activities which characterize FIDIC या EPC total forms of contract. These charts are illustrative, however, and must not be taken into consideration in interpretation of conditions of contract. This publication also includes a number of sample forms to help both parties to develop a common understanding of what is required by third parties, such as providers of securities and guarantees. Now, drafters of contract documents are reminded that general conditions of all FIDIC contracts are protected by copyright and trademark and may not be changed without specific written consent, usually in form of license to amend from FIDIC. If drafters wish to amend provisions found general conditions placed for doing this is in particular conditions, Part B. Special provisions as mentioned are above and not by making changes in general conditions as published. And we can say drafters of contract documents are reminded that general conditions of all FIDIC contracts are protected by copyright. So as I said before, you have to take permission if it is useful. If drafters wish to attain provision found in general conditions, place for doing this in particular conditions. Part B, special provisions are mentioned above and not by making changes in general conditions as published. Mm. No, so just like as in that one, in construction or that book, it's typical sequence of principal events during contracts and for EPC term project. Similarly, there are other provisions like typical sequence of payments events enlisted in class 14, and another one page, and then agreement is reached within 42 days. The error found in if the error found in CC agreement. Now, if we go further, I'm just introducing this EPC. I'm not going to start it today. I'm trying to introduce you, and let us say what is content of the general conditions. It's also very important part, content general conditions. Good morning, Chaudhry Raju. I'm serious, so thank you very much for joining. And I'm just going to talk about FIDIC. So, and in this case, general provisions and then employer. Now, general provisions as usual, it was in red book, same I think here. Definitions, interpretations, notices and other communications, law and language, variety of documents, contract agreement, assignment, care and supply of documents, employer's use of contractors' documents, contractors' use of employer's documents, confidentiality, compliance with laws, joint and several. And also another one, if you go to employer, regarding employer, there's a chapter, same as before, then the employers and administration, then contractor, and then design in contractor. Contractor says contractors, general obligations, performance security, contractors representative, subcontractor, nominee subcontractor, cooperation, setting out, health and safety obligations, quality management and compliance, very refined systems, use of site data, sufficiency of contract price, unforeseeable difficulties, right of way and facilities, and then you go further, same type of notations go on. In design, you'll find a little difference because it is design part and general specification of EPCs means it includes design, so it's a design part. General design obligations, contractors' documents, contractors' undertaking, technical standards and regulations, training, as-built records, operations and maintenance, manuals and design error. And after staff and labor, plans, commencement date, test and completion, and then employers taking over and defense after the second. And then test and completion, variations are adjustment, contract price and same it is, means termination and employer substance. And then if you go further, you'll find care of work, exceptional events, same as usual. It's nothing more different than that. Actually, you see, we'll discuss it in details once we finish this red book. If you are going now to take red book up. Alright, then we'll go to next one. I'll leave it now because it's also big document. It's about 200 pages, and we'll take few lakhs talks on this. Now we move on to onto our own, and that is FIDIC Red Book, in which we're talking about yesterday we were there, notes of tender. It's not that. We were, where's the page? It's gone, I think, somewhere around. So here's the rule book of so it was DAP procedural rules. Other one we have done, I think. Agreement, DAP agreement were done. I don't exactly remember where I was. Resignation, termination. Field expenses. I think we are here. This is general obligations of parties. General conditions of dispute avoidance execution agreement. This was titled. And so we'll take general conditions here. I think if you just tell where I was, I forgot. In fact, I forgot that I was. Headache again. I can't remember the reason for that. Yeah, I was there, I think it was there. Yes, avoidance of disputes, this was clause 21.3. Failure to appoint lab members. Avoidance of disputes. So 21.3, let's say avoidance of this continuation will continue like this. If parties to agree, it's that if parties to agree, they may only these people are sending messages disturbing for nothing, Why do these messages? So I say, let me go back. If parties so agree, they may jointly request in writing with a copy to engineer DAB to provide assistance and or informally discuss and attempt to resolve issue or disagreement that may have arisen between them during performance of contract. If DAB becomes aware of an issue or disagreement, it may invite parties to make such a joint request. This is avoidance of dispute. It says, again, I read it again, if DAB becomes aware of an issue or disagreement, it may invite parties to make such a joint request. Such joint request may be made at any time, except during period that engineer is carrying out duties under subclause 3.7, agreement or determination, on matter as at issue or in disagreement unless parties agree otherwise. Such informal assistance, such informal assistance may take place during any meeting. Such visit or otherwise, however, unless parties agree otherwise, both parties shall be present at such discussion. Parties are not bound to act on any advice given during such informal meetings, and DAB shall not be bound then such joint meeting, such joint request may be made at any time. You can say no restriction on that, except during period when engineer is working on that. Otherwise, such informal assistance may happen during any meeting. Such visit otherwise no. Otherwise, however, unless parties agree otherwise, both parties shall be present at such discussions, and parties are not bound to act on any advice given during such informal meetings, and DAB shall not be bound in any future dispute resolution process or decision by any views or advice given during informal assistance process, whether provided orally or in writing. Now 21.4 is obtaining DAB decision. In previous paragraph there was only meaning that DAB is not going to interfere in some of your work. If you wish, you can access to DAB members, to this panel of advisory, you may say panel, to suggest dispute avoidance, which is the sole purpose of this, for purpose of dispute avoidance. This is for which information I told you yesterday, every document was given, should be given to it. All updated information be given to this, which is sole right here to have. We have these quality forms. Every detail must be known to their members, whether through communication or copy, whatever you send to someone, copy should go to them also, because when by chance that's not there, it skips away. Okay, gentlemen, now we come to your further action of DAB, which is very important from every point of view. Purpose of DAB is that if both parties wish, they have some problem, they are not able to understand how to solve that. that you both can jointly request employer and contractor to refer this case to DAP, and both must be present there when that proceeding goes on, though that's not binding but suggestive one. You may go there and apply to him and then see what, after submission of your delivers the arguments, what result does come out. That's most important. So it says obtaining DAP's decision. Now let's say process obtaining DAP decisions. Now if dispute areas between parties, if a dispute area between parties, then either party may refer dispute to DAP for its decision, whatever or not. Normal and informal discussion have so happened. If DAP, if dispute areas between parties, then either party may refer dispute to DAP for its decision, whether or not informal discussion have been held under subclause 21.3, avoidance of disputes and following provisions shall apply. 21.4.1, reference of a dispute to DAP. How to refer that? Reference of dispute to DAP. Reference in this subclause shall be A. If subclause 3.7 agreement or determination applied to subject matter of dispute be made within 42 days of giving or receiving. A case may be NOD, notice of dissatisfaction, under subclause 375. Dissatisfaction with entire determination. Okay, sometimes we have to think a lot at 47 days of giving notice, and as case maybe NOD rule in the subclause 375. Now, if dispute is not referred to adapt with this period 42 days, such NOD shall be deemed to have lapsed and no longer be valid. State that it is given under subclause and set out referring parties case related to dispute. Now it says be in writing with copies to other party and engineer and for DAB of these persons be deemed to have been received by DAB on dated result received by chairperson of DAB. Reference of dispute to DAB under subclause shall unless prohibited by law be deemed to interrupt running of any applicable statute of limitations or prescribed period. So, it says reference of a dispute to DAB under this subclause shall, unless prohibited by law, be deemed to interrupt running of any applicable statute of limitation or prescription period. Now, parties' obligations after reference. Now, what is up to 22142? What should parties do? Both parties shall promptly make available to DAB all information, access to site, and appropriate facility as DAB may require for purpose of making a decision on dispute. Now, unless contract has already been abandoned or terminated, parties shall continue to perform their obligations in accordance with contract. काम रुकेंगे नहीं अपना, याद रखना काम चलता रहेगा. DAB decision 2143. DAB shall complete and give its decision within 84 days after receiving reference. 84 days after receiving reference, or after receiving reference. What's that? And assembly complication. DAB shall complete and give its decision within 84 days after receiving reference, or such period as it may be proposed, as may be proposed by DAB and agreed by both parties. Now, however, if at end of this period or due dates for payment of DAB, members for invoices has passed, but such invoices remain unpaid, DAB shall not be obliged to give its decision until such outstanding invoices have been paid in full. In which case, DAB shall give its decision as soon as practicable after payment has been received. Decision shall be given in writing by both parties. Decision shall be given in writing to both parties, and with a copy to engineer shall be reasoned and shall state that it is given under this subclause. Decision shall be binding on both parties, who shall promptly comply with it whether or not a party gives NOD with respect to such decision. Under subclause, employer shall be responsible for engineers' compliance within DAB decisions. And if decision of DAB requires a payment, if decision of DAB requires a payment of an amount by one party to other party, subject to subparagraph below, this amount shall be immediately due and payable without any certification or notice. DAB may, as part of decision, at request of party, but only if there are reasonable grounds for DAB to believe that pay will be unable to repay such amount in event that decision is reversed under subclause 21(6), arbitration require payee pay to provide and appropriate security at DAP's sole discretion in respect of such amount. DAB proceedings shall not be deemed to be an arbitration, and DAB shall not act as an arbitrator. Now, 2144, dissatisfaction with DAB's decision. If either party is dissatisfied with DAB's decision, such party may give a notice of dissatisfaction to other party with a copy to DAB and to engineer. Notice of dissatisfaction shall state that its notice of dissatisfaction with DAB's decision and shall set out matter in dispute and reasons for dissatisfaction. NOD shall be given within 28 days after receiving DAB's decision. After all, then now if DAB fails to give its decision within period stated in subclause 2143, DAB's decision, then either party may within 28 days after this period has expired give a notice of dissatisfaction to other party in accordance with subparagraphs A and B below above. Now, except as stated in last paragraph of subclause 375, dissatisfaction with engineer determination. In subclass 21(7), failure to comply with DAB's decision and in subclass 21(b), 20(8), no DAB in place, neither party shall be entitled to commence arbitration. Neither party shall be entitled to commence arbitration of a dispute unless NOD in respect of that dispute has been given in accordance with subclass 21(4). If DAB has given its decision, as to matter in dispute to both parties, and no NOD under subclause 21(4) has been given by either party within 28 days after receiving DAB's decision, then decision shall become final and binding on both parties. Now, if the dissatisfied party is dissatisfied with only parts of DAB decision, then this party shall be clearly identified in non-NOD this parts and any other part of decision that are affected by such part or rely on such parts at completeness, and shall be deemed to be severable from researchers, from remainders of decisions. Mhm. Hmm. Now, what is that? So, if dissatisfied party dissatisfy only one part decision, so we can say where they are satisfied, that shall continue to be a decision. Otherwise, for remaining one, you can go ahead. Now, amicable settlement, that's 21.5, very important. I am saying because we are going to enter arbitration. For that, amicable settlement is a must with pre-required exercise. All I know is amicable settlement where a NOD has been given under subclause 21.4, obtaining DAP's decision, both parties shall attempt to settle their disputes amicably before commencement of arbitration. However, unless both parties agree otherwise, arbitration may be commenced on or after 28 days after day on which annually was given. In this clause, now let's move to arbitration. Arbitration, very very important part of career. It's more than you join, you travel by car, and it's applicable to every activity. Let's now resume what we're talking. I have some problem in headache, but no problem, I'll continue. Problem is not that. पॉइंट है यार, क्यों भेज रहे हो भाई, क्या करूँ मैं मैसेज का, फिर आप बहुत लोड करते रहते हैं यार, तंग कर मुझे तंग करते हैं। क्या मैं पढ़ता नहीं, मैसेज पे भेज जा रहे हैं, क्या बोलूँ इनको, है ही नहीं। Come on, gentlemen, why are you sending this? So, unless settled amicably and subject to 375 dissatisfaction with engineer's determination, subclause 21.4.4, that is dissatisfaction with the DAP's decision, subclass 21, a failure to comply with DAP's decision, and subclass 21.8, DAP in place. Any dispute in respect of which DAP decision, DAP decision, if any, has not been final and binding, both shall be finally settled by international arbitration unless otherwise agreed by both parties. Now, a dispute been finally settled under rules of arbitration of International Chamber of Commerce, and despite despite shall be, dispute shall be settled by one or three arbitrators appointed in accordance with these rules, and arbitration shall be conducted in rolling language, with rolling language defined in subcontract or subclause 1.4 line language. Arbitration shall have full power to open up. Arbitration shall have full power to open up, review and revise any certification determination other than a final and binding determination. This open here, so I got some print here. Now, other than a final and binding decision, now relevant to dispute, nothing shall disqualify engineer from being called as a witness and giving evidence before arbitrators on any matter whatever relevant to dispute. In any award dealing with costs of arbitration, arbitrators may take account of extent, if any, to which a party failed to cooperate with other party in constituting a DAB. The DAB and party failed to cooperate with other party in constituting a DAB under subclause 21311 Constitution of DAB. Constitution of DAB. Under subclause 21.1 Constitution of DAB and subclause 21.2 failure to approve DAB membership, neither party shall be limited to neither party shall be limited to proceedings before arbitrators, to evidence or arguments providing now it's that. Let us see how it moves fast. Now in any award, why jumping, I don't know. Oh my god, ये क्यों मैसेज भेज रहे हो यार, खामा खाम परेशान कर करके गए लोगों ने यार, बिना मतलब मैसेज भेज जाते हैं, कौन पढ़ रहा है मैसेज को? 1 मिनट, 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 1 मिन यार फालतू लोग हैं यार, ये काम नहीं करने देंगे, बिना मतलब मैसेज जा रहे हैं, क्या करूँ मैसेज का मैं। Neither party shall be limited in proceedings before arbitrators to evidence of argument previously put before that. Uh, Neither party shall be limited in proceedings before arbitrators to evidence on arguments previously put before that to obtain as a decision or to resource for dissatisfaction given in parties annually under subclass 21.4 obtaining DAB's decision. Any decision of DAB shall be admissible in evidence in arbitration. Okay. Arbitration may be commenced before or after completion of works. Obligation of parties, engineer and DAB shall not be altered by reason of any arbitration being conducted during progress of works. If an award requires a payment of an amount, if an award requires a payment of an amount by one party to other party, this amount shall be immediately due to payable without at any further expense. Arbitration may be commenced before or after completion of works. If an award requires a payment of an amount by one party to other, thereby this amount shall be immediately due and payable without any further certification or notice. Now, 2117 for failure to comply with DAB's decision. I put off light because it's already waste of time, waste of energy. Put off light, just a minute. Okay, now I'll sit and relax and talk. It's tired, not feeling well anyway. No problem. Just 1 hour more and go. Now, failure to comply with DAB's decision. What to do with that? In the event that party fails to comply with any decision of DAB, whether binding or final and binding, then other party may, without prejudice to any other right it may have, refer failure itself directly to arbitration under subclass 21.6 arbitration, in which case subclass 21.4 obtaining DAB's decision and subclass 21.5 amicable settlement shall not apply to this reference. Arbitral tribunal constituted under subclause 21.6 shall have power by way of summary or other expedited procedure to order whether by an interim or provisional measure or an award as may be appropriate under applicable law or otherwise enforcement of that decision. Let me read it again, it's long para and financial one, so let me read it again. In the event that a party fails to comply with any decision of DAB, whether binding or final and binding, other party may, without prejudice to any of the rights it may have, refer failure itself directly to arbitration. Under subclause 21(6), arbitration. In which case, subclause 21(4) obtaining DAB's decision and subclause 21(5) amicable settlement shall not apply to this case, this reference. Arbitral tribunal constituted under subclause 21(6), arbitration shall have power So it's very important. Let me see again, is part of this. Arbitral tribunal constituted under subclause 21(6) shall have power by way of summary or other expedited procedure to order whether by an interim or provisional measure or an award as may be appropriate under applicable law or otherwise the enforcement of decision. And then formal decision. Now, in case of a binding but not finally binding of that, such interim or provisional measures or awards shall be subject to express reservation that rights of parties as the merits of dispute So what it says, let me very frankly say, it's just now working. I don't know where so much battery is there, battery is how much? 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 minutes. So I can put off battery also. I think better. Put that battery, then I will pressure on the battery, put the battery off. I don't want to be in first problem. I put on after half an hour. Okay. Now, in case of a binding but not final file decision DAB, such interim or provisional measure or award shall be subject to express reservation that right of parties as to merits of dispute are reserved until they are resolved by an award. Any payment, interim or provisional measure, any interim or provisional measure or award enforcing a decision of DAB which has not been complied with, whether such decision is binding or final and binding, also include an order or award of damage or other relief. 21.8, that's no DAB in place. If a dispute arises between parties in connection with or arising out of contract or execution of works and there's no DAB in place or no DAB is being constituted, whether by reason of expiry of DAB's appointment or otherwise. Now, A. Subclass 21.4, there is obtaining DAB's decision, and subclass 21.5, amicable settlement shall not apply. Dispute may be referred by either party directly to arbitration under subclass 21 arbitration without prejudice to any other rights. Then what it says? It says if no DAB in place means if dispute arises between parties in connection with arising out of contract or execution of works and there is no DAB in place or no DAB is being constituted whether by reason of expiry of DAB appointment, whether by reason of expiry of DAB's appointment or otherwise. Then it says subclass 21.4, obtaining DAB's decision, and subclass 21.5, amicable settlement shall not apply. Dispute may be referred by the party directly to arbitration under subclass 21 arbitration without prejudice to any other rights the party may have. Appendix it is. Now appendix we have started, which is very important, Sometimes you don't feel well, but what to do, you have to work. That is important, not health. So now it's the general conditions of dispute, avoidance, adjudication agreement. Agreement about this now. Okay. Now I'm going to general condition of disputes avoidance adjudication agreement. This is page 128 or 225 and several definitions, and I'll try to speak fast on this. 1.1 General condition of dispute avoidance adjudication agreement or GCs means this document entitled General Conditions of Dispute Avoidance Adjudication Agreement as published by FIDIC. 1.2 In DAA agreement as defined below and in GCs, words and expressions which are not otherwise defined shall have meanings and assigned to them in contract as defined in the agreement. 1.3 Disputes Avoidance Adjudication Agreement or DAA agreement means a tripartite tripartite agreement by and between tripartite agreement by and between employer, number two is contractor, and C is DAB members, who is defined in the agreement as being either sole member of DAB or one of three members or chairman of DAB. Tripartite agreement. There are three parties in this agreement. It says GA means it's not two bipartite agreement. It's different kind of agreement. Three parties are there. Two parties, one is employer, other is contractor, one members of DAP team. So these are three parties. DAP team could be single member, sole member, or this could be three members, depending on what type of contract you have. So this is a DAAB agreement, and we go to DAB activities. What are activities of DAB? That according to the right in this contract, and that means activities carried out by DAB is dispute avoidance, adjudication bowing, accordance with contract and general conditions, including all informal assistance, meetings, including meetings and discussions between DAB's member. In case of three-member DAB, site visits, hearings, and decisions. And 1.4 DAB rules means documents entitled DAB procedural rules published by FIDIC, which annex to and form part of this GC general conditions. And 1.5 informal assistance. Informal assistance means informal assistance given by DAB to parties when requested jointly by parties under subclass 21.3, avoidance of disputes of the conditions of contract. Informal assistance in terms of DAB means period starting on an effective date as defined in subclass 2.1 below and finishing on date that terms of DAB expires in accordance with subclass 2.1 constitution of DAB of conditions of contract. Terms of DAB, remember terms says are different, which means period starting effective date as defined in subclass 2.1 below and finishing on date that term of DAB expires in accordance with subclass 2.1 constitution of DAB of conditions of contract. And then so you can say notification. This 1.7 means 2 hours 56 minutes. So भैया रहने दो यार, मत भेजो मैसेज, क्यों डिस्टर्ब करो यार, काम रुक पाएंगे, इसमें कॉल आती हैं, नहीं मानते ये लोग यार, पता नहीं यार कहाँ पैदा हुए ये लोग। Notification means a notice in writing given under GC, which shall be a paper original signed by lab member or authorized representative of contractor or of employer, as case may be. An electronic original generated from system of electronic transmission agreed between parties and DAB, which electronic original is transmitted by the electronic address uniquely assigned to DAB member or each such authorized representative, as case may be. delivered by hand against receipt or sent by mail or courier against receipt or transmitted using system of electronic transmission under subparagraph A to above. And C, delivered, sent or transmitted to address for recipient communications or communication as stated in the AFB. DAB, no. Agreement. However, if recipient gives a notification of another letter, all notifications shall be delivered according to after the sender receives such notification. Now, general provisions. That agreement shall take effect when case of sole member, in case of sole member, DAB on date when employer, contractor and DAB member have each signed or under contract are deemed to have signed DAA agreement. Now, in case of single member, on date when the employer, contractor and DAB member have each signed or under contract are deemed to have signed DAA agreement, or in case of three member DAB on date when employer, contractor and DAB members and other members have each signed or under contract are deemed to have signed a DA agreement. So effective date in GC is now 2 immediately after effective date. Immediately after effective date, either both parties shall give a notification to DAB members that DAA agreement has come into effect. If DAB member does not receive such notice within 190 to 82 days after entering into DAB agreement, it shall be void and ineffective. Now, immediately after effective date, either of both parties shall give a notification to DAB member that DA agreement has come into effect. Immediately after effective date, either of both parties shall give a notification to DAB member that DA agreement has come into effect. If DAB member doesn't receive such a notification within 182 days after entering into DAB agreement, it shall be void and ineffective. Employment of DAB member is a personal appointment. Employment of a DAB member is a personal appointment. No assignment of subcontracting or delegation of DAB member is rights and obligation under DAB agreement is permitted. Employment of DAB member in a personal appointment. No assignment of subcontracting or delegation of DAB members' rights. Alright, so it says uh, if notice is not responded by member, DAB member, in 182 days, this is then considered void and ineffective. An employment of DAB member is in a personal assignment, no assignment of subcontract, delegation or DAB member's rights. Obligations under the agreement is permitted. So, employment of a DAB member is a personal appointment, no assignment or subcontracting or delegation of DAB member's rights and obligations under DAB agreement. Now it go to warranties. What are warranties? Warranties. What are warranties? In fact, uh, 3.1 DAB member warrant and agrees that its and will remain at all times during term of DAB, impartial and independent of employer, contractor, employer's personal and contract's personal, including accordance with subclause 4.1. If 3.2 if after signing agreement, DAB agreement, or after deemed to have signed DAB agreement under contract, DAB member becomes aware of whatever fact or circumstances might A. call into question its independence or impartiality, and or B. appear to be inconsistent with her warranty and agreement under subclause 3.1 bar. DAB member DAB member each party relies on DAB now. And the condition here is very interesting, saying about this warranties, so we have to be careful, It's a B. I appear to be in consideration of warranty and agreement under clause 3.1. DAB member warrants and agrees shall immediately disclose this in writing to parties and chief members, if any. Oh yeah, your message I'm fed up, believe me. These persons, why are they sending messages every 2 minutes? Unnecessary messages are coming. What I do with this disturbing nuisance? I don't understand this community people. What after all they want to do? Meaningless messages. What I do with them? And again I say, if after signing DAB agreement or after deemed signed DAB agreement under contract or DAB members becomes aware on any fact or circumstances which can call into question his or her independence or impartiality, and or be be or appear to be inconsistent with her warranty and agreement under subclass 3.1. DAB member warrants and agrees that it shall immediately disclose this in writing to parties and other members of this. Any. When appointing DAB members, each party relies on DAB member and member representatives, and they, now there's a warranty question. So we say that when appointing DAB member, each party relies on DAB members representation as experienced and knowledgeable. Says means we rely on them. It must be experienced and knowledgeable in type of work which contractor is to carry out under contract. Experience in interpretation of construction and or engineering contract documentation and fluent in language for communications stated in contract data or language as agreed between parties of that. First point, experience, knowledge of type of work which is ongoing by contractor, and interpretation of construction, interpretation of documents, and engineering contract documentation, and language fluency under which contracts are moving. And then independence and impartial means 4.1, and that's also very magnificent point at long one. Let's read. Then further to subclass 3.1 and 3.2 above, DAB members shall, number one, now it's very important, independence impartially. These DAB members have no financial interest, right? Shall have no financial interest in contract or in project of which works are part. One more point I think I missed somewhere. I saw somewhere 10 years requirement. Let me see where it was. Or maybe I missed something or I think I don't know. Well, see, I thought there's somewhere I cannot see that. Well, have no financial interest in contract or in project on which works are part, except for payment under that agreement. I have no interest whatever, financial otherwise, in employer, contractor, employer's personal or contract's personal. In 10 years, yes, in 10 years before, now in 10 years before signing this agreement, that not have been employed as a consultant or otherwise by employer, contract, employer's personal or contract's personal, not previously have acted and shall not act in any judicial or arbitral capacity in relation to contract. Have disclosed in writing to employer, contractor and other members, if any, before signing that agreement or before is deemed to have signed that agreement under contract and its best knowledge and recollection, any existing or past professional or personal relationship with any director, officer or employee of employer, contractor, employer's personnel or contractor's personnel, including as a dispute resolution practitioner or another project. Fact of circumstances. Fact of circumstances which might call into question its independence or impartiality. And 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 I can say previous involvement in project of which contract forms part. And in not previous involvement in project which contract forms part, and then if not while a DAB member and for term of DAB be employed as a consultant or otherwise by and or enter into discussion or makes any agreement regarding future employment with employer, contractor, employer's personal, contractor's personal, acts as may be acted by employer, contractor and other member if any and or G not solicit. Not solicit, accept or receive directly or indirectly any gift, gratuity, commission or other well, no problem. So we say not solicit, accept or receive directly or indirectly any gift, gratuity, commission or other thing, value from employer, contractor, person, employer's person or contractor's person, accept or payment under debt agreement. So next is general obligations of DAB member. Now that's important. Actually, it's important. General obligation of DAB member. DAB member. Now 5.1. I should put it on now, I think. Yes, it's time to put it on. It's time to put it on this battery. There's 1 hour left, so I put it on. So, where's the how we are? So, yeah. Okay, I put this light on so that this battery goes. The video takes too much battery. Takes too much battery. It takes too much battery. It's okay now. It's okay. Let it charge. So DAB member shall. I'll go this way. DAB member shall, this general obligation, comply with. DAB member shall comply with GCs, that is general conditions, DAB rules and conditions of contract that are relevant to DAB's activities. This is number 1. Comply with general conditions, DAB rules and conditions of contract that are relevant to DAB's activities. Then not give advice to employers or contractor, employers personal or contractors personal concerning conduct of conduct of contract, except as required to carry out DAP's activities, and ensure availability during term of DAB except in exceptional circumstances, in which case DAB member shall give a notification without delay to parties and other members if any, detailing exceptional circumstances for all meetings, site visits, hearings, and as is necessary to comply with subparagraphs as A above. Become and shall remain become and shall remain for duration of term of DAB knowledgeable about contract and informed about. Then parties performance of contract, site and surroundings and progress of works and of other parts of project with which contract forms part, including by visiting site, meeting with parties and by studying all documents received from either party under Rule 43 of LAB. Rules which shall be maintained in a current work file in hard copy or electronic format at DAB members' discretion, and to be available to give informal assistance when requested jointly by parties. Done. Okay. So next is general obligations of parties. Now of parties. General obligations of parties. Okay. Each party shall comply with GC and DAB rules and conditions of contract that are relevant to DAB activities. Employer and contractor shall be responsible to comply with provisions by employer's personnel and contractor's personnel respectively. Each party shall cooperate with other party in constituting DAB under subclass 211 Constitution of DAB and subclass 21.2 failure to appoint DAB's members of conditions of contract without delay. In connection with DAB activities, each party shall cooperate in good faith with other, cooperate with good faith in DAB. I'm not interested in this video, there's so many information. So I was there. Uh, in connection with DApps, activities, each party shall cooperate in good faith with DApp and fulfill its duties and exercise any right or entitlement under contract, GCA and DAB rules and other areas. All right, say whereas a party, cooperate in good faith with DAB, fulfills duties, exercise and right entitlement under contract, GCs and DAB rules and otherwise in a manner necessary to achieve objectives under Rule 1 of DAB rules. This is in connection with DAB activities. Each party has to do that. Means cooperation with DAB and fill its duties related to GC, DAB and general contract rules and all that. Now parties in manner necessary to achieve objective under Rule 1 of DAB rules. Now parties, employers personal and contractors personal and shall not request advice from or consultations with DAB members regarding contract except as required for DAB members to carry out their DAB activities. At all times when interaction with DAB, each party shall not compromise DAB's warranty of independence and impartiality under subclause 3.1 above. In addition to providing documents under Rule 4.3 of DAB rules, each party shall ensure the DAB member remains informed as is necessary to enable that to comply with subparagraphs B of subclause 5.1 above. Now you see what I say is at all times when interacting with DAB, each party shall not compromise DAB's warranty of independence and impartiality under subclause as above, 3.1 above. And in addition to providing documents under Rule 4.3 of DAB rules, each party shall ensure that DAB's member remains informed and is necessary to enable her him to comply with subparagraph D of subclause 5.1 above. Now, confidentiality, Vishwasniyata, subject to subclause 7.4 below, DAB members shall treat details of contract, all DAB's activity and documents provided under Rule 4.3 of DAB rules as private and confidential and shall not publish or disclose them without prior written consent of parties and other members. Subject to subclause 7.4 below, employer and contractor Employer personnel and contractors personnel shall treat details of all DAP's activities as private and confidential. 7.3 each person's obligation of confidentiality under subclause 7.1 or subclause 7.2 above, as case may be, shall not apply where the information was already in that person's possession. Now, let's go further. It's that I'm a little going slowly because it's a very complicated one. So each person's obligation of confidentiality under subclause 7.1 or subclause 7 above has, as case may be, shall not apply where information related to where was already in that person's as possession without an obligation of confidentiality before a sit under DA agreement and became generally available to public through no breach of GC and lawfully obtained by person from a third party which is not bound by obligation of confidentiality. So this is actually savings in that, you can say exemption, and that is 7.4. That is 7.4. If a DAB member is replaced under contract, parties and all other members, whatever, shall disclose details of contract documents provided under Rule 4.3 of DAP rules and provision. DAP's activities, including those decisions, if any, replacement DAP member as is necessary in order to enable replacement, enable replacement DAB member to comply with subparagraph D of subclause 5.1 above and ensure consistency in manner in which DAB's activities are conducted following such replacement. Now, 8.1, the parties undertaking an indemnity. This is 8 in the clause is 8, and that is right. Says 8.1, employer and contractor undertakes to each other and to DAP's member that DAP's member shall not be appointed as an arbitrator in any arbitration under contract, be called as witness to give evidence concerning a dispute in any arbitration under contract, not, no witness, no arbitrator. Be liable for claims, shall be liable for claims for anything done, omitted in discharge of their functions and duties, or proper discharge of DAP members' functions, except in any case of fraud, gross negligence, deliberate default, or reckless misconduct by him. So there are 3 exemptions. When shall not be appointed as arbitrator, shall not be called as witness and arbitration, and shall not be liable to any claims or anything done in good faith or committed to discharge. This immunity is granted here. And 8.2, employer and contractor hereby jointly and severally indemnify and hold their members harmless against and from all damages, losses, and expenses, including legal fees and expenses resulting from and claim on claim and he says that means immunity is granted actually. Employer and contract hereby jointly and severally indemnifying whole time members harmless against and from all damages, losses, and expenses, including legal fees and expenses resulting from any cabinet from Alright, next we go to this one part where employers and contracts have left them harmless. Now we'll go to 9 fees and expenses. That's the important point. Fees and expenses for those people, which is ultimately you have to pay these employers. Now, DAB members shall be paid as follows in currency named in the agreement. Monthly fees, of which shall be fixed per month per payment of full, being available on 28-day notice for all members, site visits and hearings under DAB rules and in event of request under Rule 36 of DAB rules, being available for an urgent meeting or site visit, becoming and remaining knowledgeable about contract, informed about progress of works, and maintaining a current working file of documents in accordance with subparagraph D of clause 5 and above. An office and overheads expenses, including secretarial services, photocopying and office supplies, including in connection with his or duties. All services performed hereunder except those referred to in subparagraphs B and C of this clause. Fee shall be paid monthly with effect from last day of month in which effective date occurs until end of month in which term of DAB expires. Or DAB member declines to act or is unable to act as a result of death, illness, disability, and disability, say death, illness, disability, resignation or termination of his DAB agreement. If no more fees stated in DAB agreement, if no monthly fees in DAB agreement, matters described in subparagraphs 1 to 4 above be deemed to covered by daily fee under subparagraph B below. Now B, a daily fee which shall be considered as payment in full for each day or part of a day up to a maximum of 2 days travel time in each direction for journey between DAB members' home and site. or another location of a meeting with parties and or other members, if any. Spend on attention spent on attending meeting and making site visits in accordance with Rule 3 of DAB rules and writing reports in accordance with Rule 3.10 of DAB. So, spent on giving information assistance. Spent on giving informal assistance and spent on attending hearing and in case of a 3-member DAB, attending meetings between DAB members in accordance with paragraph of 8.2 of DAB rules and communicating with other members and preparing decisions. Spent in preparation for hearing and studying written documentation and argument from parties submitted in accordance with subparagraph C of Rule 7.1 of DAB rules. See, all reasonable expenses, including necessary travel expenses, airfare in business class or equivalent, hotel and subsistence, and other direct travel expenses, including visa charges incurred in connection with DAB members' duties, as well as cost of telephone calls and video conference calls, whatever, and internet access, courier charges, and faxes. DAB members shall provide parties with a receipt for each item of expenses. Any taxes properly levied in country on payments made to DAB members, unless a national or permanent resident of country under subclass 9. Alright, now we go to next one. Any taxes properly levied in country or payments made to DAB member unless a national or permanent residence of country under this clause. Now, subject to subclause 9.3 below, that's 9 time talking. It's subject to, my God, these messages, they will not do this nonsense, people. They don't know what to do with this. I'm fed up with these people, Bluntly fed up. So 9.2 subject to subclause 9.3 below, amount of DAB members' monthly fee and daily fee under subclause 9 and above shall be as specified in DAB agreement signed and under contract deemed to have been signed by parties and DAB members. If parties and DAB members have agreed all other terms and terms of DAB, another agreement but fail to jointly agree amount of monthly fee or daily fee in agreement, non-agreed fee in subclauses, then that agreement shall nevertheless be deemed to have been signed by parties and their members, except that fee proposed by their members shall only temporarily apply. Grave agreement and reverse. Okay, now, so it says if parties and their members have agreed all, it says, sorry, what was it? Is that, no, something, line 2 subject of clause 2 like amount of their members monthly fee and daily fee are also clause 2 above shall be specified in agreement signed under contract linked to have been signed by parties and their members. The parties and their members have agreed all the terms and conditions, terms of DAB agreement, but fail to jointly agree amount of monthly payment, monthly fee or daily fee in DAB agreement, non-agreed fee, as in this subclause, this agreement shall nevertheless be deemed to have been, I'm sorry, DAB agreement shall never, in case of non-agreed fee, DAB agreement shall nevertheless be deemed to have been signed, shall nevertheless be deemed to be signed by parties and DAB members, except that fee proposed by DAB members shall only temporarily apply. Either party or DAB member may apply to appointing entity or official named in contract that are to set amount of non-agreed fee. Now, appointing entity or officials shall, as soon as practical, in any case within 28 days after receiving any such application, set amount of non-agreed fee, set amount of non-agreed fee, which amount shall be reasonable, taking due regard of complexity of works, experience and qualifications of their members, and all other relevant circumstances. Once appointing entity or official has set amount of non-agreed fee, this amount shall be final and conclusive, shall replace fee under subparagraph above and shall be deemed to have applied from effective date. And thereafter, after going credit to parties, after giving parties for all amounts previously paid in respect of non-agreed fee. Okay, let's jump to next one now. Appointing authority shall decide and they must have decided. So now, uh, once appointing authority has set amount of non-agreed fees, this amount shall be final and conclusion shall replace a fee under subparagraph above and shall be deemed to have applied from effective date. Thereafter, giving credit to parties for all amounts previously paid in respect of non-agreed fee, balance if any due from DAB member to parties or from parties to DAB members, as case may be, shall be paid. Now it's 9.4. purchase. DAB members shall submit invoices for payment of monthly fee and airfares quarterly in advance. DAB members shall submit invoices for payment of monthly fee and airfare quarterly in advance. Invoices for other expenses and for daily fees shall not be submitted. Shall be submitted following conclusion of meeting. Wait a minute. DAB members shall submit invoices for payment of monthly fee and airfare quarterly in advance. Quarterly in advance. Invoices for other expenses and for daily fees shall be submitted following conclusion of meeting, site visits or hearing, and following giving the decision or an informal written note under Rule 21 DAB rules. All invoices shall be accompanied by a brief description of DAB's activities performed during relevant period and shall be addressed to contractor. 9.5. Contractor shall pay each of DAB's members' invoice in full within 28 days after receiving each invoice. Thereafter, contract shall apply to employer in statements under contract for reimbursement of one half of amount of these invoices. Employer shall then pay contractor in accordance with contract. If contractor fails to pay to DAB members amount which he is entitled, if contractor fails to pay to DAB member amount which is entitled under state payment within period 28 days stated as subcontinental power, DAB member shall inform employer, who shall promptly pay amount due to DAB member and whatever other amount which may be required to maintain functions of DAB. Thereafter, employer shall, by written request, be entitled to payment from contractor of all sums paid in excess of one half of these amounts, reasonable cost of recovering these amounts from contractor, financing charges calculated at rate specified in subclass 49, delayed payment of conditions of contract. Employer shall be entitled to such payment from contractor without any requirement to comply with subclass 22 in order to claims for payment and of ET of a condition of contract and without prejudice to any other right or priority. 9.7. If DAB member doesn't receive any payment of amount due within 56 days after submitting a valid invoice, DAB member may, not less than 7 days after giving a notification to parties and other members, if any, suspend services until payment is received, and be resign appointment by giving a notification on subclass 10 and below. So up to 9 we have covered here. That's important. I will see how many are there. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 11, 11, 11, 11, 11, 11. So still more disputes. So I think then we should do the procedural rules here. So up to 9 we have covered, and I will think up to 9 already covered. So can we will take up, I think I total time now is 51 already. Good morning, Mr. Engineer Akil Alam. Thank you very much. You joined too late. I talked a lot, when you have to see video now only. Let us say Engineer Akil Alam. Thanks. Welcome, Engineer Alam. Akil Alam. Okay. Well, it's a matter of fact. I was talking about a very important issue on FIDEC. Maybe people are not able to understand that clearly. It's very important part of contract. There are three stages where disputes are resolved. Preliminary disputes should be resolved at engineer level. Engineer means a position in contract is defined as engineer. I'm not talking of position of qualification of engineer. I'm talking contractual position of engineer. It's a contract of FIDEC or whatever contract you can say, red book. It's called Red Book, means where employer provides design for construction and contractor constructs that. If major design, if small designs are there, minor design, doesn't matter, contractor can do, but their complete design, gross design, basic design and total design is considered. Design is provided by engineer appointed by employer, and on construction contract, employer is one party and contractor is another party. You can say in this contract, employer is party 1 and contractor is party 2, and engineer is independent of this contract, but position is there. Engineer administers this contract on behalf of both engineer and contractor, not dependent on them, controls complete contract, administers, supervises, and declares at end that work has been done, contract has been performed. That's role of engineer on contract, which you can say. Now question arises, every contract got disputes, whatever sort of disputes are there. These disputes, according to international law, must be resolved by arbitration. The top one, and before that is disputes, avoidance and adjudication board, and before that is engineer, and then parties. So there is a hierarchy of that according to FIDIC 2017, also before. Another one, this was called dispute adjudication board in the past, and now this term has gone to DAAB. It's called dispute avoidance adjudication board. So I was talking about dispute adjudication board, a DAB call it, because when engineer's decision or engineer's adjudication is not accepted, is challenged, I can say, it's not agreed, so there's notice of disagreement. This is called NOD, is served and engineer's decision is not accepted. In that case, there is another in the channel that's called DAB. If DAB is there, is a provision of DAB in your contract. Generally, I haven't seen the but on major projects now there should be provision of DAB, which means first of all this DAB must be appointed when you get letter of acceptance from engineer or employer that issues a letter, your contract within 28 days or 28 must you as contractor and employer, which is party 1, honor, you can say, you have a duty, contractual duty to appoint your DAB within 28 days or as you both agree, and that DAB member can be single or sole or can become 3 members. It depends on that panel of 3 members. Role of this DAB is keep a watch on progress and see how it's going on. It's not like an engineer, I'm not saying that. Just say that how progress is going on and must get all information from both parties. I'm not saying go to side and sit down, there's not that role. That role is owned by engineer and resident engineer, legally engineer. Resident engineer is appointed by the engineer, so that's not contractual position, that's supportive position or delegated position. That's resident engineer, or you can say representative of engineer. And engineer is there. Engineer has full authority to decide contractually or otherwise. And if there are disputes discovered or errors, both parties, owner or employer and contractor, have contractual right to refer these disputes to engineer, and it's legal role of the engineer to adjudicate on them, irrespective of fact that neither party accept them, but engineer is duty bound, is obliged to determine on those disputes. His determination is valid irrespective of fact that both parties deny that, disregard that. And both parties, when disregard, they have legal right, contractual right to serve notice of dissatisfaction. That's called NOD. And NOD means we don't accept this. This means in the Environment Act, the Environment Act, this then they can move to arbitration, DAB. From that stage, DAB is available, and DAB, then its duty of DAB before arbitration means DAB either sings, you can say sole member or combination of three. They have to decide about those. And engineer can be called as witness. This is also independent, all these DABs, because they were also appointed by this. They are appointed by these both parties, but engineer is not appointed by both parties. That's the difference. Engineer appointed employer, but contractor has to accept engineer. Contractor can also object to some extent. Here, DAB members are exclusively appointed by acceptance of both parties, employer and contractor. So there's a role that we are talking about was DAB today. And then on top of that is arbitration if DAB also fails. So I was just talking about obligations of DAB, their responsibilities, their payments, all that's not complete yet. 2 or 3 points are still left, and there's the rule of that before jumping onto arbitration, because we have to go step by step to understand this, because FIDIC has completely changed, lot of changes are made in FIDIC. If you compare to that book 1999 to 2017, there are many major changes. I don't know reason behind that. I only think reason is Brexit or something, or because England was involved there before now. They had this terminology used like force majeure clause. They have renamed it, removed force majeure clause, without unexpected events have been included, like so many other clauses have gone, something else. Some meaning is same. There's no difference in meaning. So this is actually interesting for engineers to understand this. I know people won't take interest, they're not interested because of the question of, they understand numericals and they are only designs and the calculations are important for engineers. But remember, you have to project yourself in field. And if you don't project yourself, people won't know what actually you can do. It's no question, you're qualified for that, you're engineer, or your experience you have. Your experience is more important. Maybe you are not aware of details of contracting, but don't forget, this contracting means work on site, work on design, and when there's a dispute means design can be also called in question, and designer cannot escape all time. Designer can also be called in question. That's point here. If your design is not well, then contract can claim also on that. Means you can say contract can raise queries, technical queries or engineering queries. So if disputes goes on due to that, due to technical deficiencies, means even though it's contract construction, yet there can be various questions, extension of time questions, site takeover questions, or some of the procedural questions, or engineer is not able to entertain that question, or you are not going to entertain that question. There can be any number of questions on many roles, and you have to see what type of clauses are there in that, which you adopt from FIDIC or don't adopt from FIDIC, or do your own, doesn't matter. Yet there are various ways that you have to connect all this, and that's very important point. Means if you are unable to understand, if you comprehend FIDIC, means you cannot understand your own contract. FIDIC is generalized one, you extract those from that standard format to your own contract. And if you don't understand those conditions, okay, specifications are with you, doesn't matter, and drawings are with you, and everything is with you. That's not completely technical engineering based, but contract is also technically based, because you have to prosecute those specifications, execute all those drawings into field, and those got relation with contract. Means technical is okay, design is okay. The contract which you are going to execute with as a contractor and as employer, and you work in field, this contract that forces you on field. And don't forget that contract is number one in value of documents, in precedence of document. Number one document on contract is your contract, which you sign That's number one. And then all the documents come later. That's number one. And then comes the letter of acceptance that is issued by employer through engineer to contractor. You have been appointed as contractor. That's letter of acceptance. So number one is contract, number two is letter of acceptance, number three is tender, tender, and then you can say conditions. You can say general condition before general project, and you say particular conditions, and then general condition, then specifications and drawings, and like that means that order of recognition of documents forces you that your technical work, drawing specification comes below then contract. Contract, letter of acceptance, tender, these dominate your contract. So if you are at lower standard only, if you only are responsible for specifications, the disputes work can't solve this process. And your document of specifications is not at number one. Your bill of queue is nowhere there. Last document, number one document is contract. So who shall decide about contract? It's engineers to decide. Contract means you have to successfully work on site, and you work only when you understand that contract. That's my point of concern. Otherwise, it's no use. Contract is nothing otherwise, That point is very important, and I understand you realize that. Otherwise, you suffer, you can't learn anything. If you have to rise in your career, you have to handle contractors, you have to handle employers, and more on top of the handle on site. Site handling involves everything. Even it challenges drawings also, it challenges designs also. I'm not supporting that, but if designer is only having design knowledge, no transformation of that design into site, then I can say with regret that that design is defective, that design is defective, and that should be supported, and it's non-pragmatic design, impragmatic design, and that's a question to be taken into care of by engineer. And I say site engineers and project engineers, managers, construction managers, and designers all should take some interest in contracting, or else they can never call themselves professional engineers. Profession means actually this is profession. Prosecuting a site, delivering work, this is profession. Design is also profession, but this is a real profession. If your work cannot be converted to physical use, and what sort of design is that, you can understand, means it's challengeable, means you failed, your design did not complete in, your design could not be executed in time you decided for, your design delayed work, so that can be a question mark. This, thank you very much, I would say. I'll see you next time, tomorrow probably, for continuing this further, and then jumping after this is complete. I'm also, yes, I forgot, I also started some talk on concrete and specifications of concrete, and I'm relying on Qatar specification, state of Qatar specification, that is 2014, and also EPC contract, FIDIC EPC. I'll talk these three on this 4 hours, means some time given to general, some time given to concrete, and that's also long one, and some time given to this FIDIC red, and some time given to FIDIC EPC, and with later on white book and yellow book. My program is like that, so I think you'll like it or no, that's up to you, but you have to come, you have to jump on this, otherwise life is moving, nobody cares, people enjoy, and you keep off that, you lose something, it's up to you. Thank you very much again.